Morning, Luna. How you doing? What you up to today? That's always nice. That reminds me, I need to check on something. Oh, yep, we good. Just making sure some of my expenses got reimbursed. But yeah, what's the next feature you're working on for your Blue Sky client? Probably DMs or notifications. Nice. What's up, Justin Develop? How you doing? Hey, Gardeck. How's it going? 3-stream streak? Hell yeah. You're building a ray tracer in Zig. Oh, fun. Nice. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's even being actively developed. Um, don't remember what he called it. So basically, when I was going to the Rust meetup back in the day, there was a dude who was building a ray tracer. It was not this dude. But yeah, like the approach to it was interesting. Basically, He would send out random rays rather than like a programmatic distribution, and it would mean that you'd get less stark uh, like shadows, right? Without having to make it bounce like extra bounces, right? Because that's how you actually get better shadows, right? Like shadows within shadows, like based upon light intensity, etc. So like you could get the same effect by bouncing more, but then you pay a performance cost by doing extra bounces, right? So instead, he was adding like a bit of randomization to it that would allow those shadows to make it through easier. Like shadows within shadows. I don't remember what it was called though. Yeah. As far back as 2019, maybe? Nah. Yeah. He had like a specific name for it that I'm just spacing on. But I don't know. It was a very cool idea. I'm just, yeah, I'm not sure if he ever got beyond just like hobby project with it. Yeah. I mean, the problem with this is it was like 6 or 7 years ago. I want to say 6 years ago. Like I remember his description and all that stuff, and like even the talks that he gave at the meetups. I'm terrible with names though, so that's a bummer. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, welcome. Thank you for lurking there, Riggs. Where's Murtaugh? Oh, I know. He's getting too old for this shit. That's right. You get that a lot, don't you, Riggs? Maybe less so these days, but it never gets old. Awesome. That's good to know. For everyone who doesn't realize, I was making a Lethal Weapon reference. Riggs is the character played by uh, Mel Gibson, and Murtaugh is the character played by Danny Glover. Classic film. All right, so the part that we left off on building these. Yeah, yeah, he's great. I don't know, maybe. I'm not sure, Gak. Not sure. Riggs, did you ever see the movie Maverick? There's a bit in Maverick where Danny Glover like robs a bank that Mel Gibson's character is at, and they start looking at each other like, "Do I know you?" It was really good. It might be the best joke in the entire film. Like it's just a quick cameo, but it's really well done. Yeah. Maverick's such a good film. I really enjoy that movie. I will watch it anytime it comes on. Yeah. It's a movie made based off of like the old TV show Maverick that James Garner was in. And James Garner is actually in the film Maverick. Like, so it's nice that he reprised. Well, I don't know about reprised his role, but he at least has a reference. War of the Worlds, like the original or the Tom Cruise version? I don't know if I ever actually saw the Tom Cruise version, but I saw Scary Movie 3, so I think that counts. Or wait, no, Scary Movie 4? One of them. I think it counts. I just haven't seen it, so I don't know. But yeah, the part that we're on, we're trying to finish up a lot of this like styling. So we've got this like, overdraft type. We're going to need an overdraft amount. And whether we should send a notification to the user. Yeah, the problem with parody movies is the epic movie people were allowed to make too many. They should have left it to the professionals like the Zuckers. I'm kidding. They were responsible for Scary Movie 4 and 5, so yeah, I don't know. Technically Scary Movie 3 as well, but I think the Wayans still had like a hand in that script. I think someone had mentioned that before and I forgot all about it. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good to me. I'll watch it. So yeah, I'm thinking I want the amount and percentage stuff to be horizontal, right? And I don't even know who they are. Is SZA related to RZA and Jizza? Probably not. I've never even heard of her. Hold on. Let me Google it real quick. We're not going to listen to it, but let me at least like Google it to understand a bit more. Wait, is she the girl from Aquila and the Bee? She is, right? Hmm. Okay. Yeah, interesting. Their new don't ever watch Smile. Oh no, Smile sounds terrible. Like, yeah. Looks corny, but a good kind of corny, like Scream Queens does. Sure, yeah, I've heard it's good. All right, so yeah, overdraft type. Yeah, we want those to be laid out. Let me make sure I got my work Slack showing. Yeah, I got a video to record tonight. I could do it tomorrow too. Let me look at my meetings. Hold on. I should record it tonight. Also got some other work prep to do too. But yeah, it'll be fun. Okay, so yeah, this needs to be flex and gap 4. Type CSS then tab. Oh, it does work. That's fine. Yeah, we'll see. It's definitely one of those things where like the extra characters don't bother me. Like having to think about what I type is actually like way more of a cognitive load than typing 5 extra characters. But you are right where if I hit class, hold on, whoops, and then tab, it actually wants to complete the wrong thing. So that gets in my way more than anything as well. So yeah, CSS would actually be a better option than that. So yeah, that's not bad. Thanks, Jay. Ooh, and hold on. Let me get this chat in the right place. There we go. Flexbox. That tool is Flexbox. All right, so if this thing is overdraftable, we can get some spacing there. I think I like 12 as that spacing. I just want it like a little bit more so that there's like an obvious gap between these things. But maybe that's not the move. I think what I want is this section to have padding on the inside. Yeah. It's not exactly lined up, so it's definitely going to trigger some people. But that might be okay. What I could do is if you check this box, then we put a like a background color, like a slight gray around it. I'd say take it easy on some of those judgmental comments there. Yeah, so what we're going to do is, do I have CLSX on this project? All right, so we want to add some extra classes if we are overdraftable. Damn, and I actually want it to be like a subtle, maybe like 50. I don't like what it does to the subtle text. I don't think I want to do a border either. I kind of like that. Yeah, just give it a subtle shadow. Better than a border. NJ, can you contribute to the UI part? No, this is not open source. Sorry. Uh, Universities that have a good online course catalog. I mean, Stanford, I think, has a good one. Harvard has a good one. Um, I don't know if University of Washington has any that are online. University of Washington does have like a good certificate program. I don't think he means CS50. I think he means like beyond CS50. And he's probably asking for more than just programming. It's my guess. I don't know. Yeah, I would say check Stanford and Harvard. MIT courseware might be a good option too. I think it's like MIT X or something like that. What up, Yashwant? How you doing? I'm doing well. I'm just trying to think about how I want to lay out some of this stuff. So here's something. I'm eventually going to want I'm eventually going to want to allow the user to send a webhook rather than me managing the email. Definitely not Moshiko. The type is either amount or percentage. Yeah, no, that's decent feedback. And I think, yeah, maybe I just put the values below it. No, we're not going to bold it because all the other labels are not bold. It wouldn't be consistent. But we can put it below, at which point maybe we want to have a description. What's up, non-major nerd? How's our good friend Waltr? He's chilling. Maybe. That's not important right now. All right, so the name of this is then going to be... Is there a way to do, like, no, suffix? Yeah, no, they don't allow suffix. Let me go look at text input over here. And let me get more music going. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so then the right section is not a tooltip. Yep, that's fine, Jay. Typos are not important towards the flow of actually getting the logic out. So yeah, Riggs, someone said the same thing over on YouTube, but spelling errors are not important when you're trying to actually get layout done. It could have been lorem ipsum. It doesn't matter. All right, so then amount. Thanks for the gifted subs. Oh, Netamaka. Appreciate you. Netameka. Yeah. Maybe I'm still saying that wrong. Let me know. I'll do it better. But thank you for the gifted subs. Whoa. Gak. Come on. Wait. Did Netameka, you did another? Oh, man, y'all are killing it. Thank you. Yeah, we're having a party. So hold on. Who got hit? Let's see. Holly, Mike, Chola, Cholak, Thesis, Rosella's Dragons, Rees Laris, The Devero, I Am Neo Geek, Ala Tarlthrin, and Dunkable. And then Mammoth Manny, Brave Woman, Gerlazo, Ozun, Non Major Nerd. Man, yeah, appreciate you guys. Thank you. No, it's fine, Netameka. It's just, it's a little judgmental. But it's fine. We've had worse in here. I mean, we would have been fine either way. All right, so if it's amount, then we need to determine it based on what the user set. Up here. So it's going to be unit. Yeah, this is where we have some like nested ternary junk. Okay, so let's see if I did that right. We've got bytes right there. But I have it backwards. So hold on. If type is amount, then we want to do bytes, seconds, or the value. Otherwise, we want to do a percentage. Oh, we're not actually changing the value, are we? And yeah, right, now that I see the typo, we can fix it. But again, it wasn't important. Yeah, the deep nested ternary makes me feel dirty. So here's the thing. Hold on. I think that's it. That was it. Okay. And yeah, thank y'all for that hype train. Feel like we haven't had one of those for a bit. Right, so then if I switch to seconds, we get hours. And yeah, thank you. Oh, you were trying to extend it. No worries. Dude, thank you. So August Dogus, Janhua, John Gemstone, Hellboy Reformed, aw, and Skyheart. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so something is up with the right section. I think it's because it has like a max width. So maybe, hold on, instead of doing the right section like this, okay, so yeah, what I think I want to do then is give this like a max width on the text input, because it's just a number input. And yeah, I should have typed CSS there. But yeah, what we'll do is like W. All right, we'll say 100px, and then we'll put the request just on the end. Um, if I just do text right, and right section is actually now just something we want to put there. But it's not a column. And the gap will probably not be even close to 4. Oh, right. Hold on. And then we want this to be items end. Sure. And then the width. We'll set to 200. And yeah, text right. Is there a way to make it align to the right? Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay. So then, yeah, we'll make this a span. All right, so I did text left there. If I do text right there, that kicks over there. And we should be able to make this back down to a 100. Okay. And I might be able to do it this way with just some margin. But what I think I want to do is make this like a 140 and then get rid of that ML8 instead. At which point this MB1 should probably be back to the MB2. We're going to have to do pixels. Make it 6. All right, so then if we change it to that or that, we're good. But we can actually just do that. Yeah, all right. So I like how that field's working. Oh, shit. I didn't miss a meeting, did I? Okay, so yeah, overdraftable, overdraft type, overdraftable value. And then if overdraft notification is selected, for now, it's going to require that we have an email for the user, but eventually we'll allow someone to set like a specific webhook right here. Yeah. All right, let's double check it and see how it looks shrunk down. Okay, so that indentation, right? This is only at a large. Lethal aesthetics is in the eye of the beholder. You can't make an objective choice like that. Right? Who are you to enforce your version of beauty on the world? Yeah, this might be the only way I can make this part work. Thoughts on Copilot? It's fine. I understand, Jay. Take it easy on the back seating. What's up, Alan? How you doing? Uh, the fact that you can say most people means it's not objective. Like, you just contradicted yourself massively there, Lethal. The fact that it's based upon the person makes it subjective. A bunch of people can't say it is objectively a thing while other people disagree. Like, that's just not how words work, man. Yeah. English is hard, for sure. There you go. But just to entertain your somewhat trolly comment there, Lethal, I would recommend you actually look up how this font is actually easier to read for at least a portion of people with dyslexia. So your version of objectivity is actually ableist. All right, so yeah, as Jay is saying, we should probably add some spacing between the radios and the description here. Oh, one plane. Yeah, it's people without anything better to do. It's the same type of person that would ask, why are you using React instead of Vue? Because I chose to. That's the only answer you need. Yeah, why? Free will. That's a great reason. Yep. What's up, Marinino? How's it going, Capybara? You're, you're adding Open Dyslexic to your Blue Sky client. Nice. Yeah, there's another one that is also good. It's not Open Dyslexic, but fuck. Why am I spacing on it now? It's not Berkeley, like it's there's like a specific font. Braille Institute, Atkinson Hyperlegible. Yes. That one's also nice. You know, if you're giving options, this is, just another one you can look at changing because it's free. just throwing it out there. Totally up to you. I like this, though, right? Like the difference between 0 and O. Very obvious, right? The 1, I, and L. Right? P versus Q. Right? Like the tail is distinct that way. E versus F. Like there's a lot of things that this one gets quite right as far as legibility. What's up, HF? How you doing? So HF, I'm working on a software as a service for managing balances and quotas for other software as a services to use. Or softwares as a service. Pluralizing SaaS gets a little tricky. Thel de Valen. Sounds like trying to talk to a snake. There you go. I like that. Okay, so yeah, I'll add that spacing. That's a good call. Pluralizing SaaS is just getting sassy with SaaS. There you go. Okay, so I like how we're doing the labeling there. So yeah, now we want to do basically the same thing for notify before limit. And yeah, we'll just pretend that we are not planning any like webhook stuff yet. But I think webhooks are definitely going to be probably even part of MVP, but real close after MVP, if not. So yeah, now we just need this section here. And that becomes another radio input. So instead of that input like that, this becomes one of those switches. Actually, all right, so we do that. And then it's going to be a similar thing where we want to... Hold on, let me look at where I'm doing this styling. Yeah, we basically do that same exact styling. And then what are the other values that we even have on that? So notify before limit, value, and type. Yeah. So we're doing a little duplication, but we're only doing it twice. So I don't think we're breaking the rule of threes. So I'm a little okay with this duplication. Now, real quick, I'm going to do this just because I don't like the or null ternary thing. I know some popular people like Kent C. Dodds prefer the ternary, but I know that this value is a Boolean, so I'm not going to run into any problems with that. But also, this already signifies that there is no other option, we just don't show it. And it's right there on the first line, whereas a ternary forces you to go look to the end. Another way to do it with the ternary, though, would be, you could invert the value and then make it a ternary. So it would be that null or that, right? So I don't mind inverting the ternary, but at the end of the day, this, hold on, versus that, doesn't matter to me. But yeah, I just don't like the null being all the way at the end of a block. I think it harms scannability. So that's just the one thing where I push back on doing the null ternary, like conditional stuff in JSX. In fact, I'd often rather prefer some type of like control block, like the way Solid does it. Or even like the directives in Angular. Yeah, that's another way, right? Just have an ESLint rule that forces this to be like a proper Boolean, and you never run into that either. So you'll never end up rendering 0. That's also a great one. If this was going to be like a length value, I'd just put Boolean around it, and then we'd be good. But it's redundant in this case. But yeah, anything that could be empty string or a number value, coerce it to a Boolean, then you're fine there anyway. And I find that better than doing like the double bang, like using the Boolean keyword instead. It's easy to miss the double bang when you're like scanning. All right, so this is not overdraftable. This is notify before limit. All right, so then, yeah, if notify before limit, we also want to do something like that. Sure. Yeah, we'll make that just a little bit wider. And then, yeah, if we get down to mobile, still looks fine. Okay, so I like this form so far. We need a button at the bottom for submit as well as cancel. And I keep typing class. It's a hard habit to break. But yeah, flex, Justify end. I don't think we need item center, but we'll do it anyway. Gap 4 works for me. All right, so then this is a button. Variant outline. On cancel. Sure. Save button is not outline, though. And wait, what is this complaining about? Am I getting button from the wrong place? I am. Yeah, I should probably just delete that UI library, that package, because it's just getting in the way. But okay, so save here is not gray, and it's primary, so that we can leave that. Type is going to be submit, though. I know it's default, but that's fine. And then type here is just button. Okay. So basically, yeah, user gets into here, they create the name, they go through all of this stuff. This would be off by default. Hold on, do these have some spacing? They do. Which means I don't think we need quite as much space between the sections. Let me just fix that. All right, that gap 12 can probably go back to 8. Because now we have like a clear delineation between them with the shadow. Only reason I'm picking shadow is just because this like description text gets harder to read against like a solid color instead. But maybe that's just a flaw, and I should make the description text just be like the regular text color. And then maybe like Moshiko was saying, we should probably make the labels be bold, and then that would solve some of that too. How do we feel about the shadow? Right? It's not very material to use a shadow in this case. We're not trying to adhere to material directly, but it's more about like the logic of it. I think from a visual standpoint, the shadow accomplishes what it needs to by like grouping those things. But I think a background color would be better. I think a border is maybe a bit tacky though. We could look at a border instead of a shadow. Yeah, I think shadow here is just the wrong thing. Yeah, it just needs to be subtle. So it can be like a really light border at least. I'd probably want to make it the same border that we have around our inputs though. All right, so I'll do the first one as a border at first, and then we can compare it against the shadow that's below it. I do think I like the border better than shadow at least. I like border better than shadow. And yeah, it means that we still get to use like the light text for the description, but maybe that's is that an accessibility concern? Like, I'm actually curious about that now. Nope, I thought I clicked the plus button. Yeah, see, it does fail. All right, so because that fails the accessibility check, we'll make it be normal colored, and we'll make the labels be bold. But I want to do that at the Mantine level, not necessarily like per input. So let's double check and see where I can even do that. I think it's going to be here on the Mantine provider. We'll leave that one for the use form. Looks like we got an unban request. I'll take a look at it. Okay. It's a good unban request. All right. So, I could override this just at a global level. Yeah, no worries, Gak. Dude, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Yeah, if we do it as like a global styling thing, though, it does make it a little bit harder to do like a dark theme. But we don't We don't have a dark theme selector in the app yet, so that's a problem for later. Oh, they got rid of the styles prop. So hold on, how do we actually do that now with Mantine? Hmm. Yeah, I don't see the provider anywhere in there. Okay, Mantine provider here. Hmm. Damn, I might just have to override this globally in CSS. All right, so let's go back and inspect element. Oh, and my token. My token. My token. Hey, what's up, Jens? It has been a little bit. Yeah, how you doing? All right, so Mantine input wrapper label. Yeah, thanks for the sub, Jens. Dude, 41 months. That's a long time. What's up, Winnie? How you doing? Now hold on. Let me comment this. Let's go back to main here. No, they don't have labels in there either. Yeah, I think we just have to do it. Yep. All right, so then radio label and switch label, same idea. The Batman. Oh, I liked it. Yeah, that was a fun one. Right, like without any spoilers, I think it's like the most detective we've ever seen Batman, like as far as films go. Which I really like. And I don't think that spoils anything. I think you're gonna like it. Right, so then we do some of this. All that looks fine, and then yeah, this part here can then just be input wrapper description. No, I have not seen the show Penguin. Now, here's something. Hold on. If we make it black, but then make it italics. Find that harder to read. What if we bump it up to 600? I don't like the italics. I think I like it. I think we're good. I'm wondering if radio label gets commented, though. Yeah, I think radio label being bold was a mistake. But the rest, yeah, how do we feel about like the font hierarchy for all of this? Pretty good? Yeah. Yeah, I think I like the legibility. Um so then, yeah, because that was failing us anyway, I'm wondering if instead of the border we try a background color now. And 1 second, Winnie. Let me just fiddle with this real quick. All right, so then if we do BG gray instead of the border, I must want something just slightly lighter. Instead of the gray, I could try blue. All right, so first, what do we all think? Border or background color? We can decide on the background color in a bit. How do you all feel about it? All right, so you like background color. What does everyone else think? Anyone else with an opinion? Feel free. What do you think, Jay, over there on YouTube? You got a preference? All right, so Donkeyfish is team border. Luna likes the border. Okay. So background is good, but it could zebra the page a bit. Okay. Let me just fiddle with the color real quick. So if we do RGBA, oh, not 355. Nah, we did shadow, and shadow didn't feel right. Oh, and hold on. We actually do want this to be gray. Oh, 05 is still too much. So then, yeah, how do we feel about background color now? Right? Like just extremely subtle. We can go just a little bit darker. And hold on, how do I pronounce your name? Is it Vasik? Too subtle, especially on bad monitors. Yeah. Yeah, border just, or sorry, box shadow just didn't feel right, Jacob. Like I can show it again, but I don't know, like from like a material perspective, it definitely doesn't work. I don't know if we need to adhere to material entirely, but I don't know. Like just logically, I don't think a shadow made sense. Because it basically like pops it out of the form from like a depth perspective, you know? But maybe I'm overthinking it. No worries, Aish. Just please be chill. Um, so did I pronounce it right then, Vasik? Like, is that close? All right, let's put it to a poll here on Twitch. Um, People on YouTube just simply say if you prefer the border or the background color. It's not correct, but it's okay. Is it? Well, can you spell it out phonetically instead of using like the fancy characters? Vashek. Fonts are done. That was too easy. Hell yeah. The best kind of things. Okay, Vashek. I can say that. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. And thank you for the sub. I missed a follow as well. Daily Shouts. I think you're in the right place. I think you're in the right place. This is a good place to get your daily dose of Daily Shouts. Okay, so is everybody Team Border now? Okay. And yeah, how you doing, Swafford? Like the part that we left off yesterday, we didn't really have a decision on how we wanted to style these sections. Today I added some padding left when they are, shown to like the subsequent sections, and we also implemented this section here. We're about to implement the logic of actually submitting to the API and, doing all that stuff, but I wanted to at least get this form feeling done-ish. So yeah, it looks like Team Border. I think we can call it for Team Border. So, all right. Yeah, makes sense. And then just to, Jacob, so that you can like just double check it. I'll throw the shadow on just so you can see. I think visually the border, like personally, I think visually the border looks better too, but also just from like the logic standpoint of the stacking and like the vertical hierarchy, I think it still like leans towards border too. But I just wanted to like show you just in case, because I started out with border, so or with shadow, so great minds think alike. But yeah, I think border just makes more sense there. So yeah. Yep. Yeah, no worries. So yeah, I mean, the BG color crew could rally real quick, but I think border wins. We'll let chat decide, but I think border wins. Ooh, someone threw in a BG color just to be cheeky, huh? I know your tricks. Had to be done. No one likes a blowout. But okay, so we've got our quota form, and it's on the page. The props that are required are on submit non-cancel, and passing in a quota is optional. So yeah, if we go to the quotas or like quota create page, yeah, we got an error because we're not passing the props we care about. And what's up, Markantine? How you doing? Um, Hold on. Where's quota form? Or promise void, or promise void. So I'd say either one of those are fine. Right, and yeah, this is the page. Okay, so one big part of this is we aren't able to create a quota if we don't have a business created, right? And we're setting our business here in the list. We only have the one right now, but we could always add another. But the user always has to have a business selected. If they don't have one, they get redirected to they get redirected to the create a business page anyway. So they shouldn't ever be able to get to this page without one. Okay. And I think it's over here in quota form that we're creating this like omitted quota. Yeah, so I don't have like a top level types file. It's not a TSX file though, it's just TS. Okay. So then, yeah, we can use this type pretty much like all over the place. Yep. Yeah, so that starts to work for me right there. So then we go back to our quota form. Then here in quota create, right? This ends up being dot data dot quota ID. Bam. Okay, and then values here is omitted quota, and our create would actually want to be omitted quota here as well. Yeah, okay. So that works for me. We're going to have to do a bunch of that for like other places where we're doing these things, but yeah. Yeah, that works. Yes, Winnie, they are the same. Let me get more music going. And yeah, sorry, Winnie. Good patience. You asked, what is Waltr, right? Like a SaaS for a SaaS. Basically, every single software service that you use has some type of like quota system. Sometimes they do it based on seats. Sometimes they do it based on bandwidth or requests or, something where they give you maybe a million a month. But if you go over that million, they bill you for it. Or they just stop serving you like your requests. So managing that type of balance, or technically that type of quota, is one aspect. And then there's the other idea of a balance where, if you're using ChatGPT, you can spend $20 to get credits within OpenAI. And then as you use things, you deduct from those credits. So that is a balance there. The big difference between a quota and a balance, because theoretically you should be able to maybe like pay to increase your like quota cap if you're going to do like hard cutoffs. The difference is that your quota like cap is only increased for like the current billing period, like, you know, the month. Whereas a balance would carry over from month to month. But you would still maybe want to set an expiration on a purchase of balance credits. The way ChatGPT or OpenAI only allows you to have those credits last for a year from purchase. So basically, yes, that entire like system, pretty much every type of software as a service you've ever dealt with works with a system like that in some way. Anytime they're spending building out that system, it's time that they're not spending actually building their service. So it's the whole reason why you would, you know, adopt a, you know, auth service like Clerk or things like that. You know, it's a multi-sprint process to get that stuff implemented at like a typical company. Same goes for maintaining balances and doing some of that like infrastructure for dealing with balances and quotas. So, does that make sense? That's the basic idea behind this. Carapachi, thank you for the follow. No, Winnie, this is a software as a service for other software as a service to use. So if you wanted to spin up your own software as a service, do you want to build out your own balance system in your software as a service for your customers? Or do you want to use a service like mine to build that infrastructure out for you? All right, so quota create. That's what we do there. And then quota edit. All right, let's see if they added those imports correctly. Looks like they did. Nice. And here we can just do quota ID. All right, cool. Brand new quota. Let's say it's going to be in bytes. It is overdraftable by 100,000 bytes. Well, a megabyte, a gigabyte. Sure, why not? I may want to add some like formatting to this value eventually, just to make it easier, but we're good enough. And then we'll call that good. So then we save. And that did not do what I wanted. Now hold on, let's go back to quotas. Do we have two of them? No, we still have just the one. So creating a new quota. Did we get a failure for that? Right, so we do the fetch there, and it's just one. So yeah, we didn't do the submission. All right, so the big gist is we go to quota form here, and I missed something in the use form stuff. Because they're passing form submit directly. Aha. Yes, the TSX is a TypeScript file with JSX in it. So basically being able to return this JSX, HTML-like structure, it's usually nicer to denote that you're going to be returning JSX from a file by naming it a TSX file instead. All right, so let me try this. Sure, so you can do 1,000,000 extra requests. Or actually, hold on. No, that was just... So that's 1,000,000. We'll make it 100K. Sure. So then save. Quota details page. And we should see 2 quotas there, but... Ooh, it did not name properly. Also... And we did say it was overdraftable. Interesting. Okay, so that would be in our backend. Something is wrong with our create quota endpoint. Is it because I'm destructuring all of it rather than just taking the props? Oh, we only pass name, and it's not even going to be quota name. Yeah. Right, so we've done... Oh, we're not even validating that. All right, so that's going to be a problem too. All right, so then there we can just do that and then spread the body. And that should be good. Our API is going to restart. But we should now be validating that properly, so we should get an error if it ends up going empty when we submit it, but that was also just a flaw in what we were doing there. So now, yep, we're going to get logged out because our token's no longer valid. Wait, what? That looks to me like that should have worked. Let's try this one more time. Yeah, we may have uncovered a new bug, which is fun, right? Just always the best. Yeah, there we go. Yep. Okay, so that part's fine. I don't know. Some weird bug. All right, we go to create new, and we're going to say requests. And yeah, we're going to say RQs. Sad panda. So we got a 400 because we're just calling it amount. Hmm. Yeah, our request type here is broken. Yep. So yeah, let's just compare this, right? Name unit, notify before limit, notify on overdraft and overdraftable. Name unit. Yeah. And data store record. is what has the created at modified at. So yeah, I just had a flaw in my request response types. So then we got to rescaffold. And then those should be good. We can relaunch the API. And yeah, how you doing, Roni? What you up to? That's a bug. We should be auto-focusing that field. Next time I have to log in. Oh. Wait, what the hell's happening there? Why do we keep getting a failure there when we try to fetch the quotas and balances the first time? Well, no matter what, let me go to the front end. We're going to mess with that MFA code input. Nope. All right, so autofocus is true if and only if input index is 0. All right, so now let's do this part again. And it does exactly what we wanted it to there. Cool. Okay, so now we go to quotas. We got one. We go to create one. This is requests. It is overdraftable. The amount is 100K. And we get a failure because one of our values here, it's expecting a number. It received a string. Because, yeah, I did text input type. All right, so we go back to quota form. Oh, that's the wrong one, though. That one stays string. We are defaulting to 0 there. So let's just see if that just works. It did not. Because our use form is not coercing that when we submit it. So then, yeah, after this, I think we can just overwrite it. Value as number, and call that good. And then we want to do the same thing for this limit value as well. Yeah. What's up, CVS Frog? And then this is before limit value. So we just tried again. Notify on overdraft value expected number. Aha, there we go. Okay, so that one worked. Yep. If we go back to quotas, we'll see requests. It is overdraftable. Formatting. Bam. Nice. No, I don't typically do Figmas. I used to use a tool called wow, I already forgot the name of it. Sketch, which was basically a screenshotting tool, but allowed me to draw like boxes real easy. So I typically only do like layout as like a wireframe. And I might do that in something like TL Draw these days, or Excalidraw or whatever. Man, nothing was as quick and easy as Sketch, though. Like, I really want to get Sketch back. But it's discontinued by Evernote. So, that's annoying. No, not Sketch. Sketch. Maybe they still make it. Sketch for Mac OS. Yeah, this is the app. So it looks like I could still get it. I don't feel like logging in for anything, though. Okay, cool. Need to install Rosetta because it's an Intel tool. Whatever. Balsamic for wireframes. Yeah, I feel like that ends up being a bit heavy-handed. Like, the main reason I like Sketch is... And hold on, what's going on here? I see it downloading. But yeah, hold on. I'll try balsamic wireframes too. Why not? The biggest thing is like I want it to stay in like the square tool. Now, so Excalidraw and TL Draw both have the same problem where when you draw a square or a rectangle or whatever, it changes back to the cursor for like selection. And I just really don't want that. So let's just try it. Oh, geez. Like it's already like way more complicated than I need it to be. Nah, like yeah, way more complicated than I need it. Let me try Sketch. Well, looks like we ran into a bug with Sketch, so that's fun. Do I have to run Rosetta manually? No, looks like it just doesn't work. Yeah, like all I want to do is draw squares. I just want to draw rectangles. So they're going to make me drag it out instead of having like a rectangle drawing tool. So yeah, this is another I just don't like. I don't want to have to draw it, like drag it out from something, and I want to be able to just like draw like squares the way I'm drawing these right now. Or not squares, but like rectangles. So yeah, that's not ideal either. So yeah, draw.io has the same flaw. Yeah, I wish I could just pop open. Hold on, that's not what I want. Sketch just to show you. But yeah, we got a bug here. Nope. Nope. None of that stuff. Open app that needs Rosetta. And yeah, now it's just breaking. That's a shame. All right. Well, that's annoying. Let me look at Discord real quick. Like, yeah, like this right here, that's just like totally broken. Okay. Software update install Rosetta. Oh, I see that now. Let me just do another thing. New tab. Oh, software dash update, right? Oh, it's software update without a dash. Just one word. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Okay, so we'll see if that works. All right, let's try this again. And let me get more music going here in a sec. Hey, so there's Sketch. Perfect. So now if I wanted to make a UI, it would be something like, hey, here's my UI, right? It just stays as a rectangle. There's the header. Here's my sidebar. You know, here's where the title might go and some BS, right? So this is the way I do my like wireframing when I want to think about layout. Right? It's just like really low effort. It just allows me to like visualize a wireframe like really quick. I don't need things to align. I don't need fancy styling. I don't need it to look like an actual like sketchy, like, you know, weird style. I just want to see squares, you know? And realistically, I normally go with a, you know, like a larger weight. And maybe not quite that large. So then, yeah, I might do something like that. Then we got that. Then I got my sidebar there. And then I can do a title and some other BS and call that good. But yeah, right. Let me get more music going. Could make a stop motion movie with this thing, maybe. One second. But yeah, you know, I like doing borders that way, or not borders, but like layouts and just sketches, because right, like, would I be happy on the job if someone gave me something like this to build out a UI? No, I'd be pissed, and I'd probably quit that job. But because it's just me, all I need is what's up here. So I just need to like get a quick visualization just to be sure sometimes. All right, so we head back to here. If I want to edit, that doesn't redirect us anywhere, so I need to get those buttons going. Probably also going to want to have like a whole separate delete page, just to like really like hammer home like, hey man, deleting this thing has repercussions. We could just do the delete as a modal though, and force the user to type the name of the quota. Okay, so it looks like we are going to be gaming tonight. I thought we had switched to Thursdays being our official gaming night now, but seems that's not the case. So yeah, later tonight, in about 2.5 hours, we'll be playing some Baldur's Gate 3 with the Wednesday Night Wrecking Crew. But yeah, should be good. And yeah, I think we're really close to finishing Baldur's Gate 3. It's only taken like 6 months. That's it. That's no big deal, right? I know, no big deal. All right, so on click, we navigate to quotas there. And then for this menu item, on click. Now hold on. Is it /edit? I forgot our routing already. It's edit /. Um, hmm. So yeah, how do y'all feel about the pathing? Should it be quotas /edit /quota ID or quotas /quota ID /edit? It's probably /edit at the end, right? Yeah, I think so too. All right, so then inside of our quota form, wait, where the hell did quota form go? Maybe I closed it? I don't know why I'd do that, but whatever. Okay, so then, yeah, we need an effect to update our form values there. Boom. All right, so now we populate those values. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, for all of our switches, we got to do the same thing. All right, so we're overdraftable here. We got our queues, and we can set that and save. That puts us back to the quota details page. Oh. Then we broke something. Quota edit. All right, so we should have seen a log value. I know what it is. Yep, nope, messed that up. So in the same way that we had a flaw in creating a quota in the API, we also have a flaw in editing a quota as well. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So yeah, quota name goes away. And modified at date. Yep. Okay. So now our backend restarts. Now I think we're still going to get this as a bug and we get logged out, and I don't know why they get logged out on that first login attempt. That is a weird one. Yeah, I don't get it, because now it's going to work totally fine. So, yep. It's not what we're trying to solve right now, but eventually I'll get annoyed enough by it that we'll fix it. I'll let the timer go. All right. Right, just like I got annoyed enough to finally make that first field autocomplete. Or like autofocus. So, you know. Annoyance-driven development. Okay, so I like what we got so far. I want to get the label over here into the formatting, so we can fix that on the quotas page. All right, so then we get 4,200 RQs. Cool. We're going to have a space between those at least. And cool. All right. We may want to, if it's overdraftable, list out some more of the info about it. But then if we go and edit, right, boom. And I may want to set like a loader rather than showing the empty state. That might be a good idea. And then let's change this to requests and make sure that it actually looks how we want it. Hey, and we're good to go. Cool. All right. Curious. I wonder why that box is so much wider. It's because it is, and then, yeah, we're hard coding that spacing. Okay. I don't think it needs to be aligned like a table. Yeah, I don't think we need to make it like table aligned. So I think that's fine. Hold on. Let me try something. All right, there we go. Cool. So let me use the restroom and say we're at a good moment to maybe have a beverage. Definitely want to pace myself. Had a bit much yesterday. And yeah, I want to be gaming capable for later tonight. So yeah, we're not going to overdo it. But yeah, let me use the restroom and I'll be right back. So yeah, I like what we got going so far, and we may want to start in on the balance form. Right? So very similar. We got our create and edit for quotas. Let's do a create and edit for balances. And yeah, Ayush, what do you mean by is this gonna ship? Like, what do you mean by that? Like, am I just gonna ship, uh, like the bug that was annoying me or whatever? Are you saying is the project going to ship? Yeah, for sure. We're just not sure about when. So I don't like setting deadlines, right? I do love deadlines and the whooshing sound they make as they go by. But I am setting like a tentative goal of hopefully getting this thing launched and usable. I was going to say sometime in January. Like the goal was like basically by the end of this month, with only 12 days left. There's a lot more we got to do still, but we're making good progress. In the past, when I was a software dev and had to deal with sprints and planning and all that BS, I was way more against doing that kind of planning in my side projects. But now that I'm not having to do nearly as much of that, we may actually start estimating and doing more like planning for this project. I just think because we're in such like a big refactor right now, or pivot, I should say, that I didn't necessarily want to try and like estimate everything up front. Because there's definitely a little bit to the point of like overestimating can make it seem way more unattainable. Or if you miss your estimations, then that can also be a source of burnout. So I just want to take it as we go. I'm doing well. How about you, Nelexis? Just got back from work. Nice. Oh, do you actually like go into the office? I don't know if I could ever do that again. Like I would need at least 300K as a base salary. I know, right, Rimo? 2 weeks at the office, 2 weeks remote. Yeah, no, like to put up with traffic even for half of the month, like every day, to and from work. Yeah, I'd basically have to be paid as if I was getting paid for that time, which is pretty close to the 300K, right? 1 hour each way on a good day. Like, oof. Yeah, just big no. Here's the thing, I've lived 20 minutes from the office when there isn't any traffic. But then the minute there's traffic, it becomes an hour each way, right? Like maybe only 45 minutes, but you round up. And then there's the going out to lunch each day. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's just a hassle. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Even like 10 minutes on a bike would be nice. I could do 10 minutes on a bike as long as they have a place for me to put the bike when I get there. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Like, I would even bike for a half hour because I need that exercise anyway. But then there's like the rainy days, then there's, what if it's like super hilly? Like here in Seattle, biking around just sucks. It really does. But okay, so we got the quota details and we don't have quota details yet. We did quota create and quota edit. We'll think about what goes into the details page, but realistically, I think just getting onto our form because, God, there's like a hair right in front of my eye. There it is. There it is. We got it. They give bikes for free. Oh, that's even better. Oh, there you go. One plane. Yeah, like having like hilly, like non-hilly terrain to bike on. Yeah, that is definitely like a privilege that you would take for granted real easily until you moved somewhere where it sucks. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. But this is the last song on that album. Let's switch to a different one. I think synthwave belongs in a museum. What do you all think? There we go. Love this song. You know what I really, really don't like? The apartment complex I live in is encouraging people to rent out their places via Airbnb. I don't like that. I don't like it. Basically, yeah. Like, yeah, I don't know. I really don't like it. Yes, exactly. Like, that's what they're getting at, right? They're encouraging people to do that. So, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be real annoying to find somewhere else, but yeah. I mean, it's managed by like a big company. But okay, so if we look at what we got, right, we can head to the balances pages, right, and we can fetch those balances. I'll want to add loaders. I think loaders are going to be important. But yeah, going to edit or create a new one, right? We click new balance and we just don't have a form there. So now we need to create that balance form. And we actually have the component. But yeah, we're probably going to need to bring in a bunch of this stuff. Quota, we can just replace with the word balance. And we don't have omitted balance here. So we go to this types file and we do something very similar. One second, array. Let me just, oh. Let me just hack this out. Well, the more quotas you create come out in a list below the create form on the page. I'm not sure what you mean by that. On this page, no, right? So balances, right? We have the new balance button that takes you to a form. Quotas, the same idea, right? So that's where like the list is. Is that what you were asking, Array of Hope? Okay, cool. You've been learning event-driven architecture recently. Have I ever tried in prod? So binary 64, I think it depends, or maybe I just don't know specifically what event-driven architecture is, but I would consider the way I'm doing stuff with AWS Lambda is very event-driven. So as an example, keep in mind that this is old and hasn't been refactored yet, but if we go look at the queues and scheduled events, I schedule a billing reconciliation, right? So that is a cron job that runs pretty much each day at midnight. And that reconciliation goes through and will then fan out and start processing each business that has a usage-based billing balance, right? So right now, just think about it this way. Billing reconciliation runs, and all it does is query all of the balances available and it finds the usage-based ones. And then for each usage-based balance that a company may have multiples of, we then fan out to another script, which would be, I think it's actually there in queues, right? So we basically push the individual balance reconciliation to a queue. So that would be, currently it's based upon a business because we only had the idea of a single balance per business, but then this would become business balance reconciliation. And then we would run that, we would then take the business and the balance and fetch every account for that business. And then we would fan out for each account to the business balance account reconciliation. And then we would just track and calculate their usage per account. But all of this is happening in parallel because we're fanning out rather than doing it like all within one endpoint. I don't know if that counts as event driven, but it's an event. So I don't know. But the main idea is I'm not doing all of like my reconciliation logic in one endpoint. I am fanning out per account, per balance, per business, so that these things can run in their like shortest amount possible, etc., and all in parallel. And it's all happening in a queue to make sure that we're not running into the problems that you run into with like concurrency limits in AWS. So with Lambda, someone informed me that you get basically 10,000 concurrent Lambdas for each like Lambda specifically. So there are definitely people who push back on the Lambda per endpoint architecture, but for hyperscale, you kind of need that because you're going to be limited to 10,000 instances of each endpoint. But if you did it based on like all of your endpoints in one Lambda, then you'd run into that concurrency limit way quicker. If it fails halfway through, so once it gets to the queue stage, I believe a failure would rerun. That's some of the stuff that I'm less sure of. It's a little fuzzier. Yeah, and I may run into a point where is Lambda still a good fit is going to be a question that I have to ask. But at least at the per Lambda, like 10,000 concurrency limit, making them all be separate Lambdas does mean that I can delay that question later, right? So I think there's value to that, for sure. Basically, having to ask that question, like, is Lambda still a good fit, is a nice problem to have. You know? But can I depose the question? What do you mean by that? Congratulations, now I'm a bank. Yeah, kinda. Defend. And it's like, I don't know, one plane. It's deny. Like, hold on. Are you talking about like the recent like zeitgeist in the news? Because that's like deny something, defend. Yeah. It's not delay, depose. It's deny something, defend. Oh, it's deny, defend, depose. There you go. That was the third one. No. Yeah, you were close. So it's not delay. But yeah, deny, delay, close enough. But yeah, the book being referenced was actually delay, deny, defend. So yeah, like you were mixing up maybe the book and the like what was on the bullets or whatever, right? Can I show full logs of how it got to that balance? Yes. So every adjustment to a balance. So if we look at balances here, we have the idea for a balance of a payment and a transaction. And every payment and every transaction is kept in a ledger, basically. And you can't actually delete a payment or a transaction. You just create the opposite at like a negative value. At which point, like it has a reference to the thing that you're canceling, basically. So yeah, I'm treating it basically like properly like a ledger. Like every single like thing is in the ledger. Um, for usage based billing, we'll probably be validating the ledger a lot more. For what we're doing, I don't know if daily fully makes sense. Probably does. But yeah, validating the ledger is probably something we want to do. At some point, we're going to want to like condense the ledger just for storage sake. I don't know what the proper interval for doing that would be. We don't have a way for you to do that. We don't expose an API for an admin to do that. An admin would just simply have to create a transaction or a payment. So that's for balances. Quotas are basically the same thing, but we call them slightly differently. For quotas, we have usage and an adjustment. It's probably Super Maven, which is the auto completion tool I'm using. Yeah, I see where you're seeing it. You're seeing it right there. So yeah, binary. Basically, a dev would have access to Dynamo to make a direct balance change. But the only way for someone to do it from an API is to just do like you know, the either increment or decrement type idea. Yes, exactly binary. Yep. The balance value is just like for an easy lookup, but we should be able to recreate the balance given an entire ledger for that account. Like definitely for balances. For quota usage, I'm not sure that's as important. Like maybe once we do a reconciliation and like, you know, if the user is over or whatever, like we send the event to the client, but then eventually we'll reset their quota usage to 0 at the next month or the next interval that the client maybe sets. Right now we're just going to do month to month. That part I'm less sure of, like how far back do we need to maintain usage metrics? Because that's a quota, that's not like a dollar amount. That's not like something that you paid money for directly. So yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Binary, like how long would you think a quota for like requests to an API or bandwidth, etc., how far back should I maintain like the full ledger versus being able to like condense down and get rid of it? Because it's not a financial transaction anymore. So we're not really having to deal with like financial regulations of that kind of bookkeeping. For a quota usage, which could be requests to an API or something, right? Like you get 1,000,000 requests per month, you go over that, and then some client like bills their customer for the overage. How far back do we need to maintain that? Does that maybe still go back as far as like financial records have to go? I don't know. But again, if we solve that problem correctly, it's another reason why a customer would trust us to do it, because we've already done that thought, we've done that recording, and it's something that they didn't have to think about or consult a lawyer for. Like, I don't know. There's a lot to it. Not all of this stuff is set in stone. I'm just like trying to think through the problem. And yeah, that's probably going to be how I end up having to think about what I should be charging customers, right? Like, how long do I need to maintain this data, right? So maybe monthly just to match the billing cycle, sure. So New Relic forces that data TTL to 1 month. I bet you could pay money to make it last longer, though. But yeah, no, I think I get that. Like, that makes sense. So maybe that's where we end up having like our price tiers, right? Like our data retention for quota usage. You want a higher data retention on your quota usage. That might be part of like our tier breakdown of pricing. How many quotas and balances you get to maintain would also be part of our tier like system, you know? I'm liking that. Yeah, I need to make a note of that. And 1 second, Array. I will get to that in a second. Billing tiers. That part I'm not sure, Binary. I don't know. I haven't thought necessarily that far ahead yet. But there does need to be some type of thing. And what I may end up doing is we roll it up into a single row and delete it from the Dynamo table, but then we archive it into like an S3 file, like per account, per business, per balance type thing. So then we're still maintaining our like historical records for it, but we're not paying like the premium on DynamoDB data. All right, let me look at the billing for that, because that's actually a really good question. Like, that's actually a really good like thing to double check. And we'll just say on-demand capacity. I'm not worried about provisioning at the moment, but we may have to do that eventually. Yeah, so 25 cents per gigabyte per month. We can also do an infrequent access if we want it. So now if I go look at S3, like, dude, like the difference in price there is going to be insane. So yeah, for historical data, for like record keeping, etc. Yeah, we're looking at 2 cents per gigabyte versus 25 cents per gigabyte. So yeah, there will definitely be a process of archiving like usage. Have I evaluated DSQL compared to Dynamo? Are you talking about like the new thing? I have not. I don't know. As far as I remember, Dynamo just got like a major price decrease as well. So it's still more cost effective to do it with Dynamo. I know DSQL can scale to 0, like I'm hoping to do as well, but again, I'm not a big fan of early adoption. Eventually, it might make sense, but I still think it's cheaper to do it the Dynamo way anyway. What I could eventually see happening is I take some of the data we have in Dynamo and partition's the wrong word, but copy it over to DSQL for easier like querying. I could see that being a thing. Like some of the stuff that I'm doing to generate stats might actually make more sense over in some DSQL data. I don't know. I'm less certain there. The stats calculation stuff, as far as like drawing the pretty graphs and all that stuff, is actually going to be some of the most expensive like calls we can make. So I'm going to want to have some kind of like caching mechanism for that. Which I have not set up yet. So yeah, we got a lot more work to do. But yeah, right now I don't think DSQL makes sense from a cost benefit analysis perspective. I don't think I gain nearly enough from what it would cost me on top. Yeah, that's another good example, right? So for what I'm doing with like the main data, I can just let that be in Dynamo, but for like archival like data querying, uh it could make sense to just use like S3 select or Parquet or any of that stuff. I think a lot of those questions are nice problems to have. I need to like prove out the idea first by getting customers and seeing what they feel, right? And then I can always add those like feature add type things that make it better. But I need to concentrate on MVP before I worry about Parquet or S3 like archival data, etc. But good questions. I do appreciate that. Yeah, so these are some of like the better questions I've gotten about how I'm building this. And with a bunch of those answers, right, does it make sense that this is a service that you might pay for if you were trying to launch a thing? Oh, no worries, binary. Like I get that. It was a good question though. So for first customers, am I targeting a specific industry or just personal network? Um, like personal network for sure, but like when we think about specific industries, I think trying to target indie hackers is a good idea, and trying to target game developers is a good idea. I think game developers are actually one of the more compelling use cases because they are not database developers in general. They are not web service developers. So if you can save them the effort of having to learn any of that stuff and they can just keep building their game, that's huge. So yeah, I think the best, most compelling story is actually for game devs. I just don't think they're the biggest total addressable market. I don't think they're like the biggest portion of my actual TAM or whatever, right? However, I think they are the best like user story about how much value they would get from it. So it wouldn't be the biggest value to me as customers, but their like user story makes the most sense. But yeah, my main goal is like proper like software as a service. Right? So pretty much anything that would get into Y Combinator, I consider a potential customer. Yeah, there may be stuff like totally outside of like the what I consider like the three like core target customers I have. That would be software as a service, indie hackers, and game developers. Right, I think in that order, but maybe indie hackers are actually less of a customer base because they're the type of person that would decide that it's worth building it themselves. I would love to see like some of the pitch decks for some of these like auth as a service companies, what they consider their core customer base to be. Is that making a reference to Q from Star Trek? Because Q is a liar. That guy's a jerk. Yeah. Oh, that would be a good call there, one plane. Oh, and yes, sorry, 1 second. YouTube. I do have a YouTube account. I am streaming over to YouTube right now, so if you ever decide that you don't want to listen to the music I'm playing, YouTube does not get the music, so that, there's like a good balance there. Number one, it's for my case because YouTube has the worst like copyright strike system. But also, I do like the option of if you want to watch live without having my music going because you want to play your own music, that's another option. Meanwhile, there are people like, yeah, can I just get the music without all the talking? And that might be an option eventually, too. Love the stream, but man, this guy just doesn't stop talking. How do I get just the music? Kick for music without talking. Yeah, but then I'd have to stream to Kick. Yeah. Ooh, binary, like that would be so nice. And I really do think YouTube should do it. Not YouTube, sorry, Twitch. Like, man, it would be so good. And it's audio. Like, multiplexing that audio is super cheap. It's not like you're doing it for the video, like shipping them two video streams. You're just shipping two audio streams, and audio is like 1% the size of the video that you're shipping, you know? That's true. And yeah, I need to publish some actual videos to YouTube. Like, you know, the VODs are good, but I'm just like, I'm right at the edge of getting to like full monetization on YouTube. I'm at like 3,800 watch hours, but I've been at 3,800 for like months because, you know, they do it based on the past year. So stuff falls off and then stuff gets added. Like, I don't know. So yeah, I've been at like the 3,800 of 4,000 watch hours. I've been at that cusp, just riding that line. I need to make some actual proper YouTube videos. One of these days. We'll see. Right, so back to what we're building. Yeah. Are there any other things that you guys think would be beneficial to separate out the billing tiers? Maybe team size? See, so I don't like the idea of making SSO. So history look back is data retention. Phone support. Ooh. I mean, so that would be like the enterprise tier with an SLA, right? Sure. Live stream support. Ooh, there you go. But yeah, hold on. There's a site. It's like the Wall of Shame, the SSO tax, right? I don't want to make it onto this webpage, personally. Yeah, this is definitely the website you were thinking of, right? So if we look at it, there are companies getting shamed for how much they increase the cost just to get SSO. Is there an MFA tax? See, so this would be just purely for like the SAML style, like SSO. I'm doing MFA by default anyway, just because I think that's required. But I'm not going to do SMS MFA. So if someone wants SMS MFA, they may have to pay extra per month for it. But authenticator apps, that shit's easy. Like, I'm not going to worry about that part. That's part of my default. Like, you're required to set up MFA to log into this app. Or maybe to enable the production API for this app. I think that's maybe the way I want to do it. So yeah, that's the main reason why I don't think we're going to come anywhere close to being like finished by the end of this month, because we still have to consider, you know, like How do we do like the sandbox versus production stuff? Rate limiting? As far as like a billing tier like problem? I don't know. I don't know about that one. So wait, what do you mean that? Is API and automatic quota balance updates from source? That's like the entire business, right? Like you would have to be API based. So I'm not charging based on that yet. And that's not a bad idea. Oh, make the cursor match the beanie? That's not a bad idea. That's a pretty solid idea. I like that, Aish. Hmm. Rather than rate limiting being the deciding factor, I think the accounts per business would be the deciding factor. So on the free tier, you're allowed to have 1,000 customers, maybe, right? Or 1,000 like monthly active customers, monthly active accounts, or whatever. Free tier has selected metrics. Nah, I don't want to pigeonhole users on the free tier. Now, what I'm thinking is like free would be one quota, one balance, right? So metrics resolution. Yeah, that would be like the stats. I like that. Not daily. This would be like free. You log in and your like dashboard would be daily. And then after that, hourly or something. Offer all the stuff a dev wants for free, and then anything a manager would want is when they pay. Sure. So wait, what would the connect to a ticketing system actually entail? I'm curious about that. External audit log feeds? I would be okay with someone just doing. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure about that part. I feel like I would be okay with someone just doing like polling. But then polling puts all the cost on me. Whereas, yeah, like them setting up a webhook for me to push data and how often I push that webhook could be tier based. I kind of like that idea. Maybe webhook support. Right? Webhook support instead of managed emailing. Right? So if you want to like fully customize the messages that we send to a user when they're reaching their limit, rather than using our like mail sending on behalf of the business, that could be another like higher up tier. I don't know. I like this. This is really good brainstorming. Yeah. I think so. One plane. Yeah. So like, if they want me to like send requests to their webhook, that is easily like you at least need to be the paid tier. But maybe that's the enterprise tier. I don't know. I think for a bunch of this, I would need to actually talk to customers. So inserting the log, like the transaction, etc., and the balance happening all in one request. I don't have any major transaction system for that because Dynamo doesn't offer transactions. And DSQL wouldn't either. So that would probably be on me for my like own reporting to validate that those things are actually as robust as I'm thinking. Yeah, I think it gets tougher because at some point you just have to trust that things worked. If I only inserted logs, it would be atomic, maybe, but then I would have to calculate if someone's over their balance on every request, and that is untenable. Like that cost is way too high. So instead, it's worth the balance value being out of sync with the logs and then just synchronizing that later. No, it wouldn't be binary because it all has to be stored in Dynamo and it all has to be queried by Dynamo, right? In a Lambda, that would not be persistent. Yeah, we would not have any of that binary. This is a 100% AWS Lambda based architecture. Right? So basically, the balance value on a customer's like account balance or account quota, that value is basically a cached value that we just need to make sure is actually up to date on some type of recurring basis. That's all we can do. Comparison analysis? Ooh, 2-bit. Yeah, not a bad idea. I just don't know how we would do that part. But yeah, I like the idea that balance and quota values are basically just cached values, right? Based upon the things in the log, right? In the ledger. In the same regard, like, you know, if you're doing your own like bank like check balancing, your balance is still just, you know, like your bank balance is still just like a value until you do your due diligence of balancing your checkbook. Because sometimes the bank makes an error, usually not in your favor. If you're good at balancing your checkbook, you can actually figure out if they're lying to you or not. That could be an option. But at the end of the day, that balance value that your bank tells you is still a fuzzy value until you've reconciled it, you know? I don't know. Yeah, that's a tricky bit. I'm just not 100% sure. Yeah, this part's tricky. Go is fine for certain cases. I only use it for very specific use cases, though. I'm not a fan or unfan of basically any language. There are definitely some that I enjoy programming in less. But meh. All right, so you assume I picked Lambda for the infinite scaling as well as being able to scale to 0. So it's not about infinite towards the top range, it's also to the bottom range of scaling to 0 if no one actually uses it. I picked Lambda for that exact reason. Same thing with Dynamo. When you're talking about cold starts, there is so much we can do to get around cold starts that it's really not that big of a deal. Like, realistically, once Pour4 is done, I'll just compile my JavaScript to Wasm and run that Wasm. I don't know if you've heard of Pour4. It's the future. It's the future. But even then, without Pour4, AWS also has a bunch of things they can do to optimize for cold start times for JavaScript as well. So, it's not a big deal. Yeah, binary. We just need Wasm at ring 0. Boom, problem solved. Gary Bernhardt was right all along. As is tradition. Yeah, if we look at it, right, we can visualize cold starts at, let's say, 1024. We can look at the cost, right? The cold start cost for Node.js is 139 milliseconds. That is not going to break the bank. I was talking with another dev who was doing Java stuff, and yeah, no, Java sucks. Like, you're easily doubling that value for Java. That's a problem. If you're on older, like if you're on Java 17 or 21 using Snap Start, which I'm not even sure what that is, it's not a snappy start. So holy shit. Holy shit. Right? Using Bun won't help you. Yeah, the problem with Bun is that you have to spin up an entire like a Docker container, basically. Yeah, if we look at Grail, I think Grail is in the list here. So Grail VM, if you're considering cold starts, then you're basically at about the Node.js level, but your hot starts are at 18 milliseconds still, which is not great. Meanwhile, like, dude, the Node.js hot start time is really good. Like it's right up there with Rust and all these other things, which is kind of crazy. Well, it does look like Grail VM Java 17 is not as bad as Java 21. So it's crazy to me that the cold start times for Java 21 are so much worse than Java 17. Like, holy shit, like, so much worse. And it's just all the other, like, junk that they ship with it, right? So here's the thing, Rust versus C++. This is actually something that's been like going back and forth. Rust was in first for a while, and then C++ caught up, and they're just basically an arms race. But 12 milliseconds versus 17 milliseconds, who cares? And here's something even more interesting. This LLRT, that is actually JavaScript. Low-level runtime. It's a JavaScript low latency runtime, not low level, from AWS that, yeah, if you're looking at cold start times and you're able to use LLRT, like, dude, we're performing better than Go for cold start times at that point. Like, that's kind of crazy. So, yeah, I am not worried about cold start times at this point. Like, I'm not worried about it. 40 milliseconds is fine. Most people will have database queries that take longer than that if they're going out to a third-party database server. So anybody using PlanetScale or Neon or Supabase or any of those things from a Lambda is going to be paying way more of like a data fetching cost than the cold start time ever would. Meanwhile, I'm using Dynamo and everything should be sub 10 milliseconds, no problem. Yeah, Cloudflare's nice. Yeah, here's the big thing. Like, even with Lambda, just raw Lambda, you can store stuff in memory. And, you know, if it's there, then you're way faster. So we could do caching at the Lambda level, no problem. You just got to recognize that it will never live longer than 15 minutes. But if you're reusing that Lambda, you might be able to, like, cache a bunch of data. For what I'm doing, there's not much that I'd be able to cache at that level that would make sense, though. And I just want to say, like, these conversations, everyone, like, they make me better. I didn't know about any of this shit 4 years ago. None of it. Nothing. I'd never used Lambda before. So I really do appreciate these conversations. I level up by having them, and hopefully other people are learning stuff too. The more I can answer these questions and chat about them, the more I can actually prove my worth to any like VC or angel investor, etc. So I really appreciate this stuff, guys. Thank you. Will they even ask those questions? You would need a really technical VC to even give a shit about this stuff, but they exist. Yeah, no worries there, 2-Bit. Yeah, we'll see you again soon. For sure. we will see you again soon. Okay, cool. So I needed to throw a lurk on the Madden stream so I can make sure and get that free Lamar Jackson cornerback card, which will be interesting. But let me grab another soda. I do need to pee real quick as well, so give me just a second. And yeah, if you're ever wanting to like really like visualize and consider Lambda cold starts, this is like the number one thing you need to actually understand and have conversations with people about. So BRB, let me pee. Okay, and I'm back. So now I got a real question for y'all. What should I have for dinner? I'm basically thinking dumplings or chicken pot pies. I did buy a bunch of bacon, but I'm not going to be able to cook carbonara tonight. Dumplings it is. Dan. Yeah. Dumplings win. There it is. They're not going to be as good as that place that we went to after the comedy show, Genhua. And shit, I forgot. Was that you that covered it, or was that, Shit, I'm spacing on his real name. Now I'm spacing on his stream name, too. Okay, you covered the dumplings? Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, and yeah, the comedy show as well. Like, yeah, I was more than happy to do that stuff. Thank you for covering the dumplings. I definitely had the whiskey in me. Jacob over there on YouTube is saying I should do the chicken pot pies, though. Yeah, no worries about that at all, Jeff. Like, yeah, thank you for the dumplings. And yeah, man, I am already, once again, looking forward to heading to New York next year. I will definitely be submitting to JS Nation and React Summit again. Hopefully I don't double book myself again. Oh, and Jacob, no, the pot pies are not homemade, but they are the Marie Callender ones. So they're better than like the banquet version. I still got a special place in my heart for the banquet version, but the Marie Callender's actually like separate from the tin like way better. Like they just plop right out. It's so rare for the banquets to actually do that. Yeah. The banquet chicken pot pies are really good. The Marie Callender's are just better. Like the chunks of chicken are massive. So, I don't know. If you got a Costco nearby, they do the Marie Callender chicken pot pies at like a really decent price. Otherwise, if you're getting them from like a grocery store, yeah, I don't know. The banquets are like $1 a piece at a grocery store, which is nice. But I feel like the banquets also like overdo it on the peas, and the chicken chunks are way smaller. And yeah, Jacob, the Costco like Marie Callender chicken pot pies are about the same size as the banquet ones. Whereas I feel like when I go to the grocery store, they're like way bigger, which means they take like twice as long to cook in the oven. So yeah, like I like the form factor of the banquets, and the Costco Marie Callender's are the same form factor. Whereas yeah, like the Marie Callender's from the grocery store are just way too fucking big. Like I don't want to cook a pot pie for an hour and a half, you know? That's just too long. There are people out there like, wait, why is he talking about food? Surprise, this is a foodie stream in disguise. Pot pies, motherfucker. I'm like, yeah. Oh man, sorry. I said the word surprise, and then instantly, like the meme of Dokes from Dexter popped in my head. Surprise, motherfucker. Supplies, motherfucker. Like, you know, like all the memes of like that Dokes bit. Pot pies, motherfucker. Like, you know, like, dude, yeah, love that meme. So hold up. One plane. This just blew my mind when I found it out. Have you ever seen the movie Stay Tuned? Right? It's like John Ritter and his wife, they're like on the outs, but they get sucked into their like hellish TV, and like all the shows are just terrible. Right? Like there's different strokes, but it's just people having strokes. Like, I can't see. Oh, why is my arm numb? Yeah, yeah, yeah. But Dokes was in it. Yeah, like this guy, Eric King. But it was when he was like way younger. He wasn't like buff. He was just like, he was in hell as like a recent film school graduate. Talking about like a lack of subtext, like, oh, film school graduate, I guess, right? And he's like, yeah, I studied Kurosawa and blah, blah, blah. He's like, well, down here, no subtext, like, because, yeah, they have one specific viewer, and that's like the devil or whatever. I don't know. It's a good, terrible film. I highly recommend Stay Tuned. It's really, 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 really fun. It's a really, really, really fun movie. We tend to watch it like once a month over on Gaming Stream. It's called Stay Tuned. Right? Yeah, yeah. You've seen it. You've been over there, Fallen. You know. Highly recommended. It's free on Tubi, on YouTube, on Pluto, on basically every single film. Or on every single like streaming service that has a good free tier. So yeah, Pluto, Tubi. I bet it's on Crackle. Yeah, just awesome stuff. But okay, let's get back to code stuff. Sticky noodles from a pot. Ooh, that's not good. That's a bit of a bummer. But yeah, here we are in balance. Let me do this.
Excuse me. And GSVD. Hey, thank you for that follow. I just missed that 20 minutes ago. Appreciate you. Sorry for the delay. For some reason, when I read your name, I immediately think of JVCD. Or JCVD. That's it. So Jean-Claude Van Damme. Are you Gary Sebastian Van Damme? Oh no, I was just guessing the GS. All right, so balance form props. Balance comes in, on submit, on cancel comes in. We're not using any of those yet. And something we're doing here is no good. So initial values is flawed, but why? So we need billing type and usage billing rate unit. Absolutely, Doctor. Yes, that game is Flick. Bam! Right? Like, yeah, like to set it up, it's actually hosted. So all you would do is go to cmgriffing.github.io/flickit, configure it how you want, and, you know, like next, let's do a thing, right? Configure your channel name and some of the other BS, and then you just get, you know, the snippet that you would paste into your OBS browser source. And then you just let that live on top, and it only shows when someone initiates a game. So yeah, if you got any feedback or things you want to see changed, feel free to make an issue over on that repo. No, it's fine, Doctor. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's very much like the drop game as well, which I believe I also have configured. But it's not showing in the right place. So yeah, you could do drop game too if you wanted. Someone else try it just to make sure it's not broken. There it is. Okay, cool. So yeah, basically the drop game was my inspiration for making the Flick game. I just wanted to do it like somewhat different. And yeah, the next time Twitch does like a hackathon, I'll end up making some other game, you know? Like in a similar vein. But yeah, feel free, use it. Give me some feedback if there's stuff that you want that, this doesn't have. But yeah, the configuration is really easy. And it's just static. Like, you don't need my server. It's just static assets living on GitHub. So Ayush, I'm letting the drop game show right now. I typically hide it. But the main gist is I made another game called Flick, in which you can like try and flick, and it's like shuffleboard. You're trying to like get the thing onto the board. So it's kind of fun, But yeah, I'm going to hide the drop game. Nobody wins. And yeah, if you ever want to like initiate a Flick game, it's really easy. You just initiate Flick. And what's up, Polymathic Man? How you doing? There we go. So now we can copy it and blah, blah, blah. Hey. So yeah, anyone else out there that streams, feel free to use Flick Game in any way you see fit. And yeah, I'm happy to change basically anything about it. Just let me know. Man, Super Maven nailing it on that auto completion just now. You love to see it. All right, so now, oh man, we actually have to build out this form. I think all of this stuff is wrong. The input is right. Ooh, actually the suffixed value looks pretty good too. That part's no good though. I get it, Fallen. Like, what is driving you nuts about it? Like, you end up needing something like Webpack or Vite for per route bundling type stuff. But other than that, you might be able to use something like SUP. Right? If you're just like compiling a library or something. If you're compiling an application, well then, yeah, you do need the stuff that like either Vite or Webpack give you. But if you're just compiling like a library, you might be able to get away with just SUP. Like as a package that you might import elsewhere, right? If so, yeah, just use SUP. Just do it. Save yourself the headache. It uses ES build under the hood, and it comes with a bunch of same defaults, but there may be some stuff that you want to change out. So that's up to you. Do we have another unban request that I missed? Oh, I think we do. All right, well, let me go look at it real quick. And let me get more music going. Oh, no, that's on me. Like, yeah, No, like, I don't expect mods to do anything about unban requests. That's my job. Like, I wouldn't even appreciate you saying it. Like, I get to it when I can. No, Oren, no, no, deny. I know you'll just create a new account, Oren, but just be a human being. When someone says they don't want bots in their channel, don't put bots in their channel. Like, always ask permission before botting someone's stream. It's that simple. He's on number 40. I just banned number 40. Ornon G Live 41 incoming. There are some people that would be okay if you just ask, right? There are plenty of people that would actually be okay with it if you ask. But nobody, consent is important. Oren, if you're watching, consent really, really, really fucking matters. That's the thing, Array of Hope. If you're in there and nobody's chatting, well then yeah, someone botting your channel is at least more fun than chatting to nobody, maybe. Sure, why not? But just ask. That part I'm not sure, Rashid. Like, I don't think people would want, the bots just to increase the numbers, but if it's something that, is actually kind of a fun viewer, I could definitely see value in having a bot that behaves like a viewer, that asks questions like a real viewer would, that at least, helps a new streamer acknowledge chat and, make things more entertaining than them just being quiet and staring at a screen. Because when you're first starting out, you're streaming to maybe 3 people, and they're not all going to chat, I could see it actually being really nice for new streamers. Especially if they're not used to annotating and, dictating or narrating their process. I'm pretty lucky in which, I started out and I immediately had 5 to 10 people, immediately, and they were all chatting. It was really good. I'm really stoked. But my ability to, actually say what I'm doing as I'm doing it is something I built up over time. A brand new streamer doesn't have that as a reflex, so then, yeah, a bot that helps them train that reflex might be nice. Oh, yeah. Bots are definitely allowed on Twitch to a degree. Yeah, Array, I got to 20, really quickly. Within, 2 or 3 streams, This category is actually the best place to start streaming. Once you build up an audience, then you branch out to other categories where you're, your floor, right? In a lot of categories, your floor is going to be 0. Gaming-wise, it's hard to get 5 to 10 viewers. Whereas here in software and game dev, you're going to get 5 to 10 viewers because people just comb and look for new streamers all the time. If you have a camera and a decent microphone and you're somewhat, working and productive, boom, you get 5 to 10 people without even trying. Gaming streamers would kill for that. So we get really lucky, but your ceiling for how many people you can get to watch is actually a lot lower. Because at any given moment, there's maybe 2,000 viewers in the category, and you are fighting for them and your viewership. So if you have 100 people, you're consuming 5% of the entire channel, viewership numbers, which is crazy. Whereas over in just chatting, 100 viewers is like 0.1% of all the people watching in that category. So yeah, steel toed. Yep. Yeah, for sure. Like this is the best category to start in. But if you're looking to go beyond 100 to 200 viewers, you have to bring those viewers in from elsewhere. Because you can't be sitting there fighting for the same 2,000 viewers with other people, you know? There's only so much of those 2,000 to go around. You got to bring them in from elsewhere. Pairing in software dev with the new Stream Together features. So Polymathic, you might have missed it. I had Dylan Mulroy, DM Mulroy is his handle here on Twitch. We were doing like a once a week, like co-streaming, like Stream Together thing. We did that for like 2 or 3 months before he was basically like, all right, I'm over it. I got other shit to do. He didn't actually say that, but I can read between the lines, you know? He's way too nice to actually say that. Yeah, I get that, Irish man. Most of Theo's audience is outside of like the common 2,000 that we get in the category, which is why like me sitting at 56 viewers right now makes sense. If he was absorbing 25% of the entire category, I'd be sitting at like 30 viewers, you know? But it just so happens that no, he's bringing most of his audience in from elsewhere. Right? When he's at 300 to 500 viewers, those are his YouTube audience that just happen to be here. He might be at 250 now. He sits at 500 most of the time. Like his peak may have gotten even towards like 700-ish without like a raid. I would say his average at the start of his stream is around 500. Today, I think, was actually lower for him. But the point I'm trying to make is I'm not actually competing with Theo for viewers at all. His audience are people that like him from elsewhere. Primogen's definitely more popular. Absolutely. I don't know if, like, you'd have to, like, really look at YouTube numbers. I would say Primogen actually has more viewers and gets more views, but Theo puts out more content. So there's a big difference there. So Theo may actually be beating Primogen in like watch hours per month on YouTube. Simply because Theo basically releases like a video a day. No, and I get it. Yeah, here on Twitch, yeah, Prime gets 2,000 viewers on average, like per stream. But I bet Theo gets more watch hours on YouTube. So there's definitely like something different about the mediums. But yeah, most of Prime's numbers, like when I'm streaming and Prime's going at the same time, we're not actually competing for viewers for the most part. Because Prime is also bringing in most of his audience from YouTube. That's actually the way to succeed in this category, by bringing in an audience from elsewhere. Yeah. I agree with that array of hope. Yeah, Thor may be in the software and game dev category on a regular basis, but he's rarely actually doing game dev. He sometimes just talks about it. Right? So, yeah, I don't know. Thor got popular from YouTube Shorts talking about programming, but he has since pivoted to basically just being a gaming streamer, which I think is smart because there's actually more people that want to watch gaming streams as background noise than people want to watch coding streams. It's actually true. No. Like, Array, he actually knows what he's talking about, though. Right? It's not that he's not a good programmer. He just doesn't do that as his main content because it's not what got him his audience, you know? So yeah, like, no, he is very capable. He's probably a better programmer than me. For sure. I wouldn't even doubt that for a second. But yeah, that's a good thing there, Ayush. Yeah, like Thor actually does do programming. I don't know if Fireship actually programs. I have no idea. Does he actually do this stuff for a living? He could be a gas station attendant for all I know. No. Yeah. No, I bet he totally does work as a dev. Like, that was me just being facetious and having a little fun. And yeah, like as someone pointed out, like yeah, I notice more of a dip in numbers when Bash Bunny is streaming than I do when Theo and Prime are streaming. Like, it's actually kind of crazy. I notice a bigger dip in numbers when Melky is streaming versus Prime and Theo streaming. You know? Yeah, his live is just his YouTube videos anyway, but edited better, you know? Or his YouTube videos are edited better. That's what I was getting at. No, I know you're not like talking shit. There is something really nice about seeing Theo make these things live. It's not content I tend to watch, but I like highly respect, you know? And yeah, Melky, super cool dude. Yep. Yeah, good shout out there. We can just shout him out. Like, we can just do that. Y'all should probably be following Melky. If you're not following Melky, you should be. Wait, is that Kapow one of his? No, okay. I was about to say, like, whoa. You're about to blow my mind, man. Yeah, I'm glad he didn't leave permanently, but I can see, like, he's kind of getting burnt out, though, isn't he? Yeah, he does the pow. He doesn't do kapow, he does pow. Right? And there's the Melky pow that's just like the fist bump. Yeah, like, I know that meme. I get that. He has a full-on meme for that. Non-coach is great. Yeah, she's awesome. There's a lot of really great streamers. We have a really, really cool, tight-knit community here. It's actually amazing. Like, we are more tight-knit than pretty much any other category I can think of. Besides maybe, like, painting or something. Right? Like, the art streams definitely have, like, a really tight-knit community, too. But, man, like, here in software and game dev, like, it is a very, very tight-knit community. I love that. Co-working? I don't know. Is co-working like a tight community? Like, we know productive time. Do you think productive time and God, what's her name? Study time have actually ever chatted? I doubt it. Meanwhile, if you're here in this category, you will most likely chat with Prime or Theo or Melky at least once. So, hold on. Array of Hope. Study time and Bash are actually like friends. Like, yeah, no, they're actually like close friends. But Bash doesn't stream to the co-working category that much, right? Like, Bash and Study Time were friends way before Bash was actually in the co-working category, you know? Meanwhile, like, what I'm getting at is how many of the people in the co-working category actually interact besides Bash and Study Time? Like, no one. Yeah, like, Bash is in the software category instead anyway, right? So, yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like, as far as streamers chatting with other streamers and watching each other's streams, the amount of streamers here in this category and how much they intermingle is greater than any other category. Now, if you go into something like the Madden streams, right? Madden streamers do cluster up. They do know each other, but only when you're at like the top level. You're only going to chat with the other like top level Madden streamers if you're already in the top like 1 to 3% of Madden streamers. If you're streaming to 10 people, nobody knows who the fuck you are in that category. Nope. And they don't raid each other nearly as much as we like co-raid each other in this category. This is one of like the most community level communities on Twitch. And I love it. That's my favorite part. When we go hang out at TwitchCon, it's all of us together hanging out, you know? Like, it's really good. Yeah, hold on. I know I've got this on my phone somewhere. When TwitchCon was in Vegas, it's just really good. Like, wait, do I not have this photo? Oh, no, it would be after that one. After that set. After that. Yeah, you're not going to be able to see it. In this photo, if I zoom in, I see Primogen, Acorn, Algo Bro, Bad Cop, Low Level Learning, Glasses is there, Sympathy is there, Melky's, well, is that, it's either Melky or Anthony Wright's Code. They're both hipster enough that it's hard to tell them apart. I see Nate Codes, I see Finite Singularity, I see Mark from Theo's stream, like his CTO, right? I see Low Level Learning, like, dude, this is amazing. Right? We're all just hanging out at this one fucking random bar in Vegas. Like, it's so good. There was another one I thought I snapped that maybe I fucked up. Oh, here's another. Yeah. Here we are waiting for that fucking bullshit. The Hyperloop. Oh, you mean Cars in a Tunnel? Yeah. Cars in a Tunnel. Let me look at this. I see Bad Cop, Finite Singularity, Oh shit, guy that used to do a bunch of Rust, and I'm forgetting his name. I see Code Phobia, right? Like Melky's there, Algabro's there, Acorn's there, Zayu's there, like Aiden is there. Like, dude, this is the best. Adam.dev. Like, this shit's insane. Like, all of these streamers together, man. That is why this category is the best category. Because when we go to TwitchCon, it's a fucking party. It is a software and game dev party, not just a couple people from the category. Oh, I go every year, for sure. I haven't missed one since 2018. Maybe 2019. There's no way I'd miss it. Nah, wouldn't miss it for the world. It's a really, really good time at TwitchCon. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Yeah, I'm talking about TwitchCon US. I have not been to TwitchCon EU because I'm not made of money. Like, come on. I'm made of beanies, obviously. Oh man, I had a meeting with our CEO. I can't say exactly what the meeting was about, but he mentioned having to wear two hats. And he called me out and he's like, yeah, and Chris could tell you that wearing two hats at the same time kind of sucks. Yeah, trying to wear two beanies at the same time really does suck. I'm not the bank yet. Come on. But yeah, standard. You're not saying JSConf, you mean Seattle JS, and it's the best. Yeah, Seattle JS is just such a good crew. And yeah, I'll buy you a whiskey. We may be at a venue that doesn't serve drinks, but we go out for drinks afterwards. No, I'm not Fang employed. If I was Fang employed, then yes, I'd be made of money. There's definitely some really, really good ones, Array of Hope. I don't know if they all go there on a regular basis, but I would say meeting White Panther would totally be worth it. Right? Like, that'd be huge. That'd be amazing. Yeah, we had a disagreement at one point. I take the full blame for that. But she's awesome. Yeah. She would be one of the reasons to go, in my opinion. Yeah, has she not been streaming lately? I did see some like videos about things. So yeah, I hope they're all right. Haven't seen her too much. That's a bummer. I think there's a big reason for that. It's not my place to say. She has tweeted about it, and if you go read her blog, you'll know. But it's not my place to talk about. Devin, never met him. Yeah, yeah, I can relax on that joke. That's a solid joke. Nailed it. You're welcome. But yeah, like, I don't know. I hope the Primogen got paid for how much Devin leaked from his local file system and all that stuff. I don't think she's on Twitter anymore. I believe she's over on Blue Sky. But yeah, she does have a blog and personal site, and yeah, she posts stuff over there. I think she's more on Blue Sky these days, which anyone with a conscience is. I still multi-post over to Twitter, but dude, fucking Elon, just what a dickhead, you know? Fucking Elon. Like, I just don't want to, like, support that dude. So yeah, I'll repost to it. I'm still halfway through my subscription because I paid yearly for the checkbox or whatever. Or the check mark. But man, I will not be renewing. Hell no. Fuck that dude. I don't want to support him buying elections. No thank you. Fuck that dude. Yeah, he will not be a speaker at CM Griffin Con. %50 of your followers are bots. I feel like the bots thing has been a little bit better. But yeah, I don't know. And hold on. And hey, what's up, Hef? Hey, what's up? Yeah. No, yeah. And a guy worth 400 billion doesn't give a shit if he lost our respect. But you know what? He does give a shit if we leave his platform. That shit actually eats him up at night. So, Standard, I will point out, I don't know if I want to allow that word. But yes, they are bots trying to do your thing. But Blue Sky has that same problem. It doesn't matter who bought it in the end. I think if someone with a conscience had bought it, it might have been all right. I don't know for sure, Hef. I'm just guessing. You know. It would have been at least like a slower death. But again, I don't know, man. But yeah, Hef, I haven't seen Ustream in a while. I think I'm thinking your streams. It's like a nice short name. I might be thinking of someone else that starts with HE, though. Back in the wild west of the internet, Twitter was awesome. Sure, I get that. Damn, is Twitter as old as 07? I was still a massive snowboard bum, so yeah, I wasn't using it at all. That's like back in 07, that's still when you had to like SMS the Twitter servers to actually post, right? Like it was purely SMS based. At least for a time. I don't know when that time was. But yeah, welcome, Hef. How you doing? Stolen TikTok memes, political BS, ideology wars. Yeah, exactly. No, I totally get you. Oh, the 140 character limit was because of SMS. That makes so much more sense now. Okay. I remember that. Yeah, good call. That's a great call. It was still the Facebook back then, huh? Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I still consider the Wild West of the internet to be like GeoCities days. That was the true Wild West. 2007 to 2011 or 12 or whatever was like Hollywood Wild West. That was like spaghetti Western Wild West. The true Wild West was the late 90s. Zynga. Ooh, there you go. Dude, the Zynga Texas Hold'em game was actually really good. Yeah, no, you're not wrong there. During those same days, it was basically like, wait, what do you mean I'm not in your like top 8 on MySpace anymore? I thought we were friends. Jianhua. No, I remember Zanga. I never had an account, but my high school girlfriend did have an account there. Mini clip Nitro? Well, all right, you lost me. I don't even know what those are. Okay, cool. Yeah, Jacob over on YouTube. Like, we used to rank our friends and make it public, right? What do you mean I'm not in your top 8 anymore? Well, I don't know, man. Like, what's the dude's name? Fucking Deadmau5, like, followed me. He's in my top 8 now. This is actually back before Deadmau5 was big. I remember my brother talking about how him and Deadmau5 used to argue in the MySpace, like, electronic music, like, mini forums. That's, like, my brother's biggest claim to fame at this point. He used to argue with Deadmau5 before Deadmau5 was big. Anyone that I used to chat with in stream that I miss chatting with, by the way. I mean, there's some people we haven't seen forever. Like, dude, Stacking is a mod here on this channel. He's never been unmodded. He was gonna come and hang out in New York, like, not last year, but the year before. Or I guess not this year, but last year, and then just like lost all contact. He still follows. He's still a mod. He wasn't in the fantasy football this year, but he was there last year. But yeah, like, just vanished. Like, haven't seen him since. It's weird. So Kinslayer. No, I learned HTML from pimping out my GeoCities site. I learned CSS from pimping out my MySpace profile. Yeah, exactly, Burnt Toast. We haven't seen Stacking in ages, though, man. And Burnt Toast, yeah, you would have been right up there too, but you said hi, so now I don't need to even say it. There we go. Nailed it. Ooh, Angel Fire, GeoCities, tomato, tomato. Come on. Come on, close enough. Close enough. Oh, Tripod was the Lycos thing. Yeah, good call. I forgot about Tripod. Oh, GeoCities was like, that was nice. Real quick, if you had a GeoCities page, what server were you on? I was in the cabaret. And it's actually really smart of them because they did those like neighborhoods or whatever in GeoCities to actually do their like sharding for their entire like system. So that was actually how they spun up, like they had like a server per community or a cluster per community or whatever. And that was actually how they did the like horizontal scaling. The community you were in was actually just based upon like a server cluster. Oh, so Tiago, instead of Alta Vista, I was using Hasta La Vista. But I don't want to get into why. If you remember what the Hasta La Vista search engine was for, we can't talk about it here on stream. And then Ayush, tell us the best IO game is floor.io. All right, I know nothing about it. No idea. Wait, hold on. Netscape Navigator has a new version? No way. And real quick, Gildair Morera, thank you for the follow. I don't know why your name makes me think of the movie The Princess Bride. What was like the opposing nation or whatever was Gilder or something like that? Gandalf? Okay. Solid reference. We'll allow it. There you go, Polymathic. Yeah, you get the reference. There we go. Nailed it. No, Saber, anything chromium-based does not break the chrome monopoly. Nah, it just doesn't. Definitely doesn't. If you want to try and break the chrome monopoly, you build something or you use a browser that is Firefox-based, such as Zen. Zen browser is Firefox-based, and I believe Theo was even tweeting about it earlier today, or like he was streaming about it too. Yeah, Zen browser is actually really nice. I'm using it for my chat overlay because they let you do like the side-by-side like layout thing. Like it's really well done. Yeah, Zen is killing it. No, Edge is Chrome. Opera is Chrome. If you want to actually fight the Chrome monopoly, you have to pick something non-Chromium based. And Zen is basically it. Because Firefox is fucking blowing it these days. There you go, one plane. Links, if you don't care about actually browsing a usable web. I get it. Yeah, nailed it. Good job. If you're using links, you might as well just use curl and fetch the HTML. They were the chosen one. Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, real quick, let me go pee. I'll be right back. Yeah, who needs pictures or interactivity anyway? Exactly, Kidslayer. Come on. All right, so there we go. And yes, I know I'm taking my sweet time to actually get to the work I need to do. Damn, was that the end of the album? Did I leave you guys in silence? Now you guys know how YouTube feels. All right, never mind. Song's going. We're set. All right, I was worried there for a second. So, yeah, let's continue building out this form. I'm wondering what we got here as an issue. Yeah, no, I see what's wrong there. So, Super Maven completed this form based upon right, like it did it based upon the other form, right, the quota form that we built out. Why does what say I use Firefox? I'm using oh, you're saying up in the upper left? I'm using Firefox for my chat. I use Chrome for like the browser that just crawls the internet. So yeah, I use those in a separate capacity because especially back when I was building out like the chat overlay you see below me, I did all my testing with like a fake account, right? And that fake account was like Styrofoam Pad or some bullshit. So I would be logged into Styrofoam Pad in the Chrome so that I could actually test things and do all that bullshit. But as far as like being able to read chat, I need that to happen somewhere separate from Chrome. So I would use Firefox for that. And I still use Firefox for my daily driver for most things. Over here on the stream machine, I'm using Brave. I could switch to Firefox at any moment, but Brave is doing well enough that it's fine. I mean, guys, just look at it. When we look at these tabs, Chrome will tell us which tab is active or inactive, right? So I might have an inactive tab that's chewing up 133 megs of RAM, but it's inactive, so technically that 133 is not used, and the only thing they're caching is the amount of RAM that we're freeing up, the title, the favicon, and the URL. That is actually really light on memory. So Chrome, Firefox, and pretty much any browser that gives a shit about your RAM usage will actually background pretty much every single tab. Yeah, a tab is really lightweight. The BS, so technically, Mr. Elfman, no, that 133 megs, no, that shit's been cleaned up already, and it's not even stored in like local storage or the drive. It will be fetched fresh the moment I actually reload that tab. So it's hard to show, but any browser that or any tab that has been backgrounded actually has this like dotted line around it. So that dotted line indicates a tab that's not actually chewing up any RAM anymore. Well, let's look at this one. If I click it, it's empty until it actually loads that page. So now this tab is chewing up 151 megs of RAM. But the moment I let it just hang out and chill for a while, it'll become an inactive tab again, and then it's fine. Do you think that wasn't a reload? I think it was. You think that got fetched from disk? I don't think it did. I don't know. I'm not sure, Mr. Elfman. You could be right. I have no idea. No, so the way that it works on Android versus the way it works in the browser is not always the same thing. I would not equate the way Android is doing it with the way the desktop does it. They could overlap, but they also just couldn't. And that part's hard to actually make any major assumptions about. Do you mean Hawk Tua or Hawk Talk? It's a meme, Ayush. You can Google it. Yeah, just Google it. Like, I don't know, man. It seems like you're actually trolling now. Why do you think that's something we want to talk about here? Just Google it, man. You have the entire power of the internet. We don't need to be your own Google search. Dude, you just got unbanned today. Are you trying to speedrun another ban? You don't get a second chance after that. You're gonna shut up, but also gonna add another bullshit comment. Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know, Tiago. They've got one more chance to be cool. I don't know. Yeah, no, they are actively harming stream and they know it. I think it's intentional at this point. We are building a thing called Waltr. But hold on, I do need to grab another soda. Give me just a second. But yeah. BRB. One second. Man, it's just funny how some people can pretend to be cool, but eventually just fuck it up by being themselves. It's so weird. Like, I just don't get it. Oh, they did get banned yesterday, for sure. They sent an unban request today, and they were kind of cool most of the day, and then they're just being themselves again, which is going to get them banned again. You know? Like, it's just, I don't get people, man. I just don't get people. No, you can just ban people you don't like. You can actually just do that. That's actually the nicest part about having a stream that you control. You don't have to talk to people you don't like. Sorry, let me get another album going. We're at about the time that we need to like hop over to gaming stream anyway. But you know, let's at least consider a little bit about the UI and what we need to do tomorrow. No, I never game on the Mac. No, nope. I have a gaming PC. What about the dumplings? Oh, that'll be going when I switch over. Yep. Yeah, dumplings are easy. They're like frozen dumplings. So I just fire up the steamer. Right? It takes like 5 to 10 minutes for the steamer to heat up, and then it's like 12 minutes minimum for the dumplings. So yeah, like, no, I can do that while we're gaming. Like, that part's fine. I'm still gaming on a 1080, which is kind of crazy. It's definitely not as high of quality as it should be. Like, when I'm playing PoE 2, they definitely do like an automatic upscaling kind of thing where like when there's like heavy effects going, that stuff gets really like pixelated, which is a bummer. Now the frozen dumplings they're really good. They're the Miro. Mila? Is it Mila, not Miro? It's Mila. Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, they're great. Yeah, really solid. Japanese dumplings from Costco. Depends on the dumplings at that point. But yeah, no, these are really good. They sometimes sell them at Costco, but if you want to get like different flavors, you get them from the grocery store. Interesting, Mr. Elfman. Yeah, I don't know those. Interesting. But okay, so if we go to balances here and we go to create a new one, we get this part. It is a foodie stream in disguise, for sure. Oh yeah, I'm definitely getting hungry. Like, it's basically food time. What we're doing right now is getting an assessment of what we need to do tomorrow, right? So balance name, sure. Where we end up doing like the currency label and whether it's a suffix or a prefix, that stuff we don't have yet. This was basically like Super Maven copying and pasting everything when really it shouldn't have. So I think our plan for tomorrow is to build out this whole form. Because we already have like a pattern of what the quota form looks like, building out the balance form should actually be kind of easy. Like, there's a little bit we'll have to do differently, but a lot of it ends up being very similar. So Saber, like, no, they might be reviving it. I don't know. Maybe we got trolled. I doubt it. I don't think Hef would do that. Maybe he was talking about something that's not released yet. I don't know. Yeah, according to this, there does seem to be a new Netscape leveraging Chrome from AOL. The fact that AOL is still a business is actually the craziest part. As of 2024, AOL continues to use the Netscape brand to market a discount internet service provider, which itself continues to provide a Chromium-based browser called Netscape, developed by UK security firm Sentry Bay. So there you go. Yeah. As much as I remember and know about Hef, he's not a bullshit artist. He wouldn't lie to us. Unless he found it like really, really fun to do so. I am all for Lady Bird at least having something different. That sounds great. But yeah, plans for tomorrow. Yeah, we need to get this balance form going. We need to actually have all this stuff more accurate to a balance. Yeah. How should the balance value be suffixed? Yeah, it could be suffixed or prefixed. And we'll have to think about how we do that part. But yeah, in the same way that we made our quota form, right? Like new quota and editing a quota, be the same form. We'll do the same thing tomorrow for balances. So yeah, that's our plan. That's what we'll do. So again, thank everybody for hanging out. Who do we go raid? Like, I got gaming to play tonight. I thought today was going to be like a nice deep stream, but it turns out tonight's going to be gaming stream because Wormbane and James are mainly Wednesday night like streamers and gamers. Wormbane might be able to do Thursdays from time to time, but it's not something he can commit to on a regular basis. So Wednesday night gaming streams will continue to be gaming streams. Spiro, yeah, I'm a huge fan of Spiro. I think rating Spiro is a really good option. But we can also just look. Theo's still going, and we haven't rated Theo for a while. Granted, we have definitely rated him more recently than he's rated us. Something to consider. But there's also just like the value. Like technically we'd need to raid him like 6 times to equal one of his raids, right? Just due to like ratios and bullshit. I don't think he's that petty. I just think he has enough people that he likes and enjoys that he just hasn't rated for a while, and that's fine. I get it. I actually haven't streamed Wednesdays that much for him to even have a chance to raid. I do consider him a friend at this point. Right? We may have had differences, but no, I consider Theo a friend. I look forward to chatting with that dude at pretty much every like conference we're both at. Because there's something really nice about just chatting with another content creator, even if I'm not even at the same level or even close to the same level as a content creator. The distance between two content creators based upon their viewership and anyone who doesn't do content creation, like, yeah. I'm way closer to Theo than any other dev that doesn't do content creation. Not literally, right? Like, I'm sure he has friends that don't do that shit either, that are way closer than me. But I'm just saying, like, on some spectrum of, you know, at the typical conference. So yeah, I look forward to chatting with that dude all the time because even if you don't agree with him, and I think disagreeing with him, I think he actually values disagreement more than yes men. Because that's how we all sharpen our opinions anyway, by talking with people that actually disagree. So, yes. I think there's a lot of value to having conversations with people that don't always agree with you. Chatting with yes men fucking sucks. But yeah, I think let's go raid Spiro, right? He's sitting at 15 viewers. If we think about who would appreciate the raid more, Spiro would appreciate the raid more. You know? So yeah, we're going to go raid Spiro. Spirodon FL on Twitch. I don't know if he's streaming to YouTube, but he does stream to LinkedIn as well. And he's a good dude. Again, we both disagree massively on how we should build applications. He is very much a vanilla JS, HTMX, like as little JS as possible type of dev. We just fundamentally disagree on that entire point, which is fine. I still really respect Spiro, and we're going to go hang out and see what he's up to. So yeah, let's go raid Spiro. Everyone over on YouTube, thank you for watching. I do recommend if Spirodon, right? SPIRODONFL. If he's streaming to YouTube right now, I recommend going and checking it out. Totally up to you. But I'm going to stop my YouTube stream at the moment, and I will see y'all tomorrow. So thank you for hanging out, Jacob, and anyone else over there on YouTube. Appreciate y'all.